All right, it's Tuesday, December 5. It's just about 6:30. The market's going to open. And just getting started a little bit earlier today than I have been lately. Looks like we have something that looks somewhat like a range day so far. So it looks like we have a break and new low on the same bar here. Market just opened. The second entry short here. Right in the middle.
Order submitted.
Could be a failure. Not much room. 53. It's just 4 ticks of room. From there at least. Yeah, 4 ticks from here. I'm holding off just because there's not enough room to there. At the midline of the bigger range. If I didn't have this close resistance, I probably would have taken that failure. Yeah, I'm not surprised it's struggling here. And it takes them out. Not surprised at all.
Order canceled.
May have an
Order
OJ to the
submitted.
short side. If we get a close down here.
Order
What's
canceled.
happening? The second entry long, same problem, not enough room. Room for 4 ticks this time. There's a failed breakout.
Order
Maybe if there's a
submitted.
higher low.
Order canceled.
Not really sure here. Looks like the
Order
OJ
submitted.
could still happen to the bottom. Not close too high. So the typical range scenario. Just difficult to know what's going on.
Order
Just chopping
canceled.
both ways. I guess it's like a higher low engulfing to the second entry long, but this just seems like a danger area. There's no direction at all, just completely sideways since the open. I was up early today because I really want to get some trades. Really have limited days. I realized on Friday I don't have a full day to trade. And then next week, my daughter isn't in school all week, so not sure how next week's going to work out. And then I go on vacation, so.
Order submitted.
No OJ.
Order canceled.
There's nothing clear yet. I really have very few days left to trade before many of these accounts are going to expire, or not, or before they renew for the evaluations. And there is a gap from yesterday's close up here, so I would expect that to get filled at some point. Well, I'm going to pause here and wait for something. I just realized there's a high impact news event, 2 different things coming out at 7, just in 15 minutes. So, I almost just want to take like this 150K account and pick a direction maybe. So maybe I'll do that for some fun, since that's going to expire on the 12th. And I'm nowhere near the target, and I'm not going to renew that for half price, since that was my free account. So that was the terms was half price of the full amount for a renewal, which is way too much. But just nothing clear at all here. No idea what price is doing at the moment. Which seems like we're in like a thing like that. This resistance wasn't formed enough to short here, in my opinion. Like, you're not seeing it going. It's just the one time here, and then here it's stuck, but it's not going down. I think if there's another test here and it can't, then maybe I would short it there. But I'm still expecting to go to the upside. I'm still expecting to close the gap. So hard to consider a range here, resistance to take.
Order submitted.
Again, I might just that there's like support here too.
Order
that's what I was
canceled.
thinking. There was just no evidence that it's going to go back down to the bottom, and like I said, expecting the gap to be filled anyway. It's not a place I'd want to go short. Suppose you could have looked at it like first entry short, second entry short failure too. But that resistance I wouldn't have traded into. All right, I'm gonna get ready to just switch over to this this evaluation 24, the 150K account. That's gonna expire the soonest, and think about yellowing it on the news. All right, so I'm gonna do 10 contracts on it and just YOLO it. So I've got a super large target on it, super large stop on it. Let's see. 70 tick profit, 60 tick stop loss. 80 tick stop loss. I don't know. With this kind of price action, who knows if this thing will be able to move or not. What I think I'll do is I'll let it start moving in a direction, and then I'll try to choose what direction I think it's going to go once it's going. I haven't really done this a lot either, so it's really just, I've got no idea. I'm not used to trading the news. I usually stay away from it.
Order submitted.
All right, news is coming. See if we get a reaction. Oh man.
Order submitted.
Expecting it to fill the gap. I was hoping it would come back down first. Not really. It's not really all that crazy after the initial move. It's already normal size bar. Well, I guess I needed to pick a direction before it started. Because now it's just, a 4-tick bar. It did what I thought it was going to do. I guess I should have just gone long. I think I missed my chance. Now the gap's closed. I really thought it would bounce up, close the gap, and then I can play it to come back down or something. or that it would shoot down and I can play the bottom and then go long to fill the gap. That's what I was hoping. This is just a close the gap and then go right back to normal size bars. The question is, does it now continue up, or has it already done what it wanted to do? Break, new high. Well, I think
Order
the
canceled.
opportunity is over for the yellow. What's going on here?
Order canceled.
All right, I'm going to switch back. All right, it seemed like my copier was still on or something, so maybe it's a good thing that I didn't YOLO. I don't know if that was all my accounts ready to go there or what. Knowing me, I'd mess it up. Question is there anything bigger around here?
Order submitted. Order canceled.
That was a news YOLO epic fail. I mean, if I had just picked along, I think it would have worked. Did exactly what I thought it would do. Oh well. Just refreshing my historical just to make sure nothing got weird here, because it did look like it froze for a second. Here we have a first entry long, second entry long, potential key entry point, but like this. There's a
Order
potential for an
submitted.
OJ up above. Could also be a higher low here. Well, not a higher low now. This trend line looks like it might be good. So there would be an OJ up here. Trend line seems to be working. But then a break. What about the first trend line I had? It goes here. I'm thinking then this one was right. Kind of thinking came down to retest. And retest the breakout area. Possible OJ if closes up here. Looking to get in on my other chart if it does. No. Okay, so not really sure what we're doing here. Maybe we're gonna test it again.
Order canceled.
So now,
Order
potential for a
submitted.
PB to the downside. I wouldn't be thinking to look for a short based on this. I'll be ready just in case. If it closes below the old resistance, it might be a PB. No.
Order
Doesn't
canceled.
qualify. It could be a first entry long, second entry long. But this is just sideways stuff. There's first entry long and second entry long on this inside bar. I wouldn't feel comfortable there. It is kind of like a double test of the old resistance, overnight resistance. Failure. Trappers get trapped. All right. So just recorded the whole first 46 minutes pretty much of my session and got nothing to show for it. So I'm going to pause here and wait for a setup. Truly not sure what's happening here. We have another range on top. Let's see what happens here. Oh, wow, look at that. Okay. Had a first entry long, second entry long failure above the EMA for PATs. I was expecting any low off of this. So we have that now. Just another difficult day. Sideways open, news. Didn't even get the retest all the way of this thing. But we did get the retest of this thing. We're back inside the original opening range. Another not easy day. No signals on the Nlts. I'm not quite sure what to expect at this point. We have the gap filled. Tested it twice. Never made the measured move of the opening range. And we're headed back up. Pause here and wait.
Order submitted.
Straight to the downside. Not really looking for the downside, though, is the thing. If it closes below this, I think it's an OJ. I should be looking for a retest of this high, I think.
Order canceled.
And so I'm expecting a retest of this. Pause again. There's potential for a second entry long
Order submitted.
to retest highs, I think. EMA is very flat. Looks like we're in a tight range. Entry was here. 73.25. Have 7 ticks of room. Engulfing. I like it. I don't know. I guess I should have. It's just Pat's entry, so yeah, it would have been good for at least 4 ticks. Right. So read it right at least.
Order canceled.
But for anyone following me, you know I'm hesitant to take Pat's entries. Really what I was concerned about was this. So what are we doing? We got the break in a new high of that already. So can go any way right now. All right, I'm gonna pause. Right, I'm just thinking what happens if I just open up the range to be like this. And this becomes the midline. Seems pretty good. Yeah, I was still expecting a retest of the high off of this thing that this didn't quite get to. I didn't see any clear setup here for me. It seemed like we already had the break of this and the new high, so I wasn't sure if we were going to get up here or go back down or what. So I'm kind of thinking retest this here and then potentially come back down. Or will we just go from there? We'll see. So we got the retest. The first entry, second entry short.
Order submitted.
Inside. Possibly. I just don't like this. Yeah, I'm not going to do that.
Order canceled.
Higher than the other two. So I'm just going to wait and see if we get a sign that this is the top or if it's going to keep going. Could be some kind of thing here, or let's see. Maybe yeah, that fits. Maybe this thing will just keep going up now. So here's that second entry short and failure back inside. So I wasn't even considering it anymore because of this being confirmed. So now we'll see what happens up here. A failed second entry short. Not touching the EMA. Not a whole lot of room to the high. A couple more ticks, it goes 8 ticks for the failure. So it's looking like it's not going to be a big range, but this could just be a failed breakout ultimately. So I'm staying patient. It's not a lot of setups for me. Well, no setups. Only a PATS entry so far. All right, pause here. Oh, I already recorded an hour. All right, pausing. All right, I'm just wondering where we're going, because this thing just now is going higher. So I'm just going to measure this and put this here. And I think that's a target. All the way back up there. All right, so I just moved my range back to the original opening range, and see that it's finally at the measured move of that. And this thing keeps just moving up here. Strong bullish signs. I think we are headed for this. And no setups. All right, so we had quite a move up, had a break. This channel looks legit to me. 3 touches. So I do expect a retest of this high now. Just maybe when we can get to that measured move. We have a first entry up. Visually just looks like one leg down. I should talk about this. There was an LO here, and I didn't even consider taking it. Down here. I didn't consider taking it for a couple of reasons. One, just because out of my strategy, it's gotten the most losses. But so I'm a little wary of it. But also, it was stacking here, and it looked like this was kind of range-like. And so it looked like a breakout. And my concern was maybe there would be a failed breakout. And that's kind of what I've been watching on it, is to see if it's stacking before it happens, how good is it? And it would have lost. It never, let me see, the entry would have been 84.50, and it got as high as 85.50. So it would have been a 4-tick failure. So just something I'm watching. Here's a first entry long, second entry long here. So anyway, it's just something I'm watching to see if that's a reason to not take it. So far this time again, it was another reason to not take it. Not sure if that will hold up or not. Looks like we got a failure here. It's a big sell-off. Didn't reach the measured move. Back to around where the original range top was. It's just another day where I feel like I don't truly know what's happening. You know, it's right about filling the gap here. I wasn't surprised that we retested this high. Then it went way further than I thought. But it did get to the measured move of the range and a little beyond. And now it's turned back. So I'll pause here and see if something happens that I can recognize. I just changed my channel. I had it from down here before, but I put it up here, and now you have a break to a new high. And I think I like that better. It helps explain this in hindsight. So that would be another reason to not take the LO. If you see it this way, then you have a clear break and new high, so you wouldn't want to take the LO at that point. So I think that makes more sense to me, which means you could trust this downturn. So for whatever worth that is. Also didn't get to the measured move, so then you expect a violent move to the other direction. All right, so I'm going to be watching this for a break, and then I would expect a retest of the low here. Not expecting anything to the upside now.
Order submitted.
Just in case. And in this situation, I may be willing to take a Pat's entry, depending on what it looks like. I'll just draw that for reference. Right, so getting close to the EMA. Get a first entry short. Where do we? Oh, here. 68. No, those are matching. So now we have a first entry short. Maybe I'll be willing to take this. Very small risk. Waiting for a second tick down.
Order filled.
Are we going to get a loss on a Pat's entry again? Very small risk. Looking good. I mean, I gotta take it. It's such a small bar.
Order filled. Order filled.
Got the loss. What can I do? And that's how I get losses on Pat's entries. Trend break. Expect new low. So 1.25 points. I'm not sure how I saw that wrong. My trend down looks legit. At least it was small. All right, so was it good for 4 ticks? 69.75. So it was good for 4 ticks. All right, so I'm going to update my stats. All right, so 4 and 8 now with the Pat strat, 33%. And I guess Mac will say that's why we go for 4 ticks only. But I was expecting a retest to the low. So if you're expecting a retest to the low, you have plenty of room for 8 or 6 ticks. And not this time. So that's the frustrating part of the game, because you wait all that time for a trade and then you take a loss. So it is what it is. I'll move on. Clearly, Pat's strategy not doing well for me. 4 and 8. But I know I'm taking on extra risk by going for more than 4 ticks. And see if this holds up as a channel or not. We also had this STT. We had a break. We had a new high of it for the short. So, I don't feel too bad about taking that. I feel like that was an obvious trade to take. Just only worked for 4 ticks. That's all. I gotta remember that ATR is low here too. So, I keep telling myself when the ATR is below 8, I probably shouldn't be looking for 8. But sometimes I overlook it, and I overlooked it this time. Right, and that doesn't look like a channel now. So maybe now I can look for something to the downside if something sets up. Or was I right with my original channel that I had like this? In which case you are expecting a retest of the high. That's something I forgot to keep in mind as well. Either way, in my logic, I would expect a retest of this before you go all the way back up here. Unless this is not valid somehow. But it looks valid to me, so I don't know. If I make it tighter, it still seems valid. Yeah, pause here. I actually do think this is valid still. So that was the first break. So you do expect a retest of this high. And 3 tick bar, there's no way I'm ever going to skip that. And I had the reason to believe it would retest the lows, so there's no way I'm going to only go for 4 ticks, honestly. Even if it's ATR 6.5.
Order submitted.
I think I will buy this though, if it lets me. Maybe it's going to move up before it gives me the chance. Yeah, all right.
Order canceled.
Needs one more tick. Okay, so now we got the retest of the high here. Now I want to see if it stays in this range or not.
Order submitted. Order canceled.
Take a break for a minute. All right, so I just got back. Looks like I had the right idea again. It was a failed breakout, came back in. I left before this bar closed. If I saw it close this way, I may have put an order in here to go short. First entry long. So now it's rushing to go get that new low.
Order submitted.
Doubt there's going to be a way into this. It's just going to go. Just going to go with no
Order
way in.
canceled.
Or it's going to be super far from the EMA to take any failure. So just a couple ticks away from making the new low here, which is what I was expecting originally. I guess I gotta ask myself if that yellow channel is not correct up there, then maybe we're doing something like this. Unsure.
Order submitted.
So, expecting a retest of this low, maybe a second short here. Inside bar.
Order canceled.
I'm just going to take this off. Because this is really just the retest of this. So, ignore that. The good thing is one win, if I get 6 or 8 ticks, will put me in the green if I can manage to get another trade today. All right, I'll pause here, wait for something to set up. All right, I decided that this downtrend is legit, and I'm going to be looking
Order
for
submitted.
an OJ potentially to come down here. If it comes down. I mean, I'm also seeing something like that, which has a touch here down and here down. So to me, this is a break here. So I'm expecting it to go down, and I'm expecting it to go down for this. So that gives me confidence that if the OJ were to set up down here, I could take it. We'll see if it happens. We're a bit away from it right now. This just looks like some kind of little teeny range. So I'm preparing myself on the other chart for an OJ down here. Unless it just doesn't want to go that way.
Order canceled.
All right, I'll pause and see which direction it goes here. And I'm thinking to just go for a chance of playing the resistance
Order
here.
submitted.
So not gonna get a chance there yet. See if this holds here. I would think about going for long, except I'm still expecting a retest of this now. Like I was saying earlier, the OJ never came about, but I'd rather play short than long, I think. We'll just try it and see if it... All right, that's where we're going to go. And this is why I wouldn't want to play the long. I think it could slip out. Yeah.
Order canceled.
I thought I would get one more chance at it to go short here now that this was more solidified. My expectation is for it to go lower right now. Of course, this could be a failed breakout and could come back up. And I won't want to play short up here now that we've had a breakout, because you can have a breakout on the other side.
Order submitted.
I Like I saw this yesterday too, where you had a breakout and I could still play the short from here. Yeah, so that would have worked if I had done the limit order here again. It's 2 days in a row where I've seen this happen. Break out, test it again, and still go down. Just trying to remember these situations so that I can try to play them in the future. And there's no more OJ down here. It's long gone. You can say it's first entry, second entry, or you could just say it's first entry. Honestly, just not even sure what we're doing here.
Order canceled.
All right, I'm going to pause until I know what's going on. Or I think I know. I think if this triggers above and then goes and fails below, it might take that. Looks like it's going to go below without going above. I was just thinking first entry short, second entry short, but no, there it goes. So again, I think I have the right ideas. Had the right idea there. Wrong timing. It did end up retesting the low later. Maybe because of ATR, I should have only gone for 4 ticks or who knows what. But it was a good trade because it worked for Mac for 4 ticks. But going for more, I got the loss there. Had the right idea. I think I've had the right idea most of the time today. I think this is better this way. I don't know if we have a new support here, maybe. Kind of looks like a first entry, second entry, but this was an inside bar. But first entry, second entry. I don't really ever trust these. And again, my whole thing is I'm expecting the low, so. I wouldn't trust the failure here because of the support. You can still say first entry, second entry, failure. But there's no room to this. It'll be interesting to see if this failure triggers. Okay, so that's triggered. After a doji. And it would have worked. What's going on NQ? Yeah, I'm going to pause here, take a break for a minute. All right, let's go back. Did exactly what I was expecting. Retested the low. No setup while I was on, or even when I wasn't on. So I see this as an overshoot here, And so now everything to the downside is played out. And yeah. Sorry, still getting over this illness, whatever I had. I'm still coughing. All right, so I mean, today I've been generally right about everything I've been thinking as far as direction. I was talking about filling the gap when we were in here, and on the news, I wanted to take a trade to fill the gap, and it just shot up. I actually, a lot of times I notice on the news, even though I don't usually trade it, a lot of times I feel like it goes sharply in the direction opposite of where it's going to go, and then it goes. And so I was kind of waiting for that first initial move to go the wrong way, and then I was going to jump in to go long. But in this case, if you just went long, it would have worked. And then after 2 bars, kind of it settled down pretty quickly. And then I just didn't figure out a way to get in, but it did. It closed the gap from the previous day, previous day's close. And down here, I thought it would retest the high. It went for it, didn't quite get it. And then eventually it did. There was a sunken entry long that I was thinking was probably good, but I didn't like that it engulfed, and that would have worked. There was an LO up here I just didn't trust. It felt like we were getting into being, overstretched or overbought, and we had already hit the measured move of the initial range. And I was thinking there would be a retest of this, but then I changed that. Here, had the big move down. I was expecting to retest the low. I got a loss here. It eventually did retest the low, just bad timing. Would have worked for 4, but not 8. And then when we made this move down, the whole time up here, I was expecting to retest the low, which it finally did. So, and there's still this measured move down here, which I'm actually not expecting it to reach at this point. That would be the bottom of the original range. Now I wonder if I should bring this over just to see where it is. It's kind of been in and out of it multiple times. And it wasn't so, the structure of it wasn't so confirmed on the top to begin with. So I don't know. I don't think I need it. Just going to take this off because with the overshoot, just doesn't mean much. All right, I'll pause and see if something sets up. All right, so I'm looking at this. I've got a trend up, first break, first entry short, second entry short. Question is, do I trust failed second entry short on the first break to retest the highs, or is it better to wait for a second entry if I take a Pat's entry?
Order submitted.
My record on Pats makes me about the worst Pats trader possible. Although my entries aren't bad, I think a lot of times just because I'm going for 8 on low ATR days, maybe I'm getting losses on good trades. Right now it's at 7.44. So here's a failure, but we're not touching the EMA. So I'm expecting the retest, but I wouldn't take that quite yet. So there's the failed second entry. That would have worked. Would have worked for 4. So only good for 4. If that had closed inside there, I would have bought it. Looks like I could have bought it anyway. Yeah, because I'm expecting the retest of the high, so that's why I wanted to buy it there. But it came down further than I was expecting. I may even still buy it here. It's not proven support. Right ideas, man. Just gotta put it all together. If this comes here, I'll give it a shot. One tick lower just to make it so it doesn't have to go too high. Still hasn't gotten this high, so I would still try this. It'd be a 1 point stop, so low risk to play the range. Who knows if it'll work or not, but I'll try it. I don't have much to lose at this point, so I would like to get tagged in. So obviously if I get in this trade, this is just pure speculation trade. My entry might be too low. Even if I did it there, I would have already had a win. If I had it at my original, be there. Once it gets to 72.75, this play is over. So it's one tick away. It's one tick shy of it right now, so I'll still leave this here if it comes down. Looks like it's going to get it. One more tick. All right.
Order canceled.
So, no chance to get in that one.
Order
Maybe
submitted.
play the short, depending on where this closes. unsure. Do I want to do that? Kind of reasons not to go short here on the Nlts indicator. Yeah.
Order canceled.
I don't want to be too desperate for a trade. Like this made sense to me to like try to play the bottom here until it got the retest, but now, I mean, there could always be a failed breakout. It's possible LO here.
Order submitted. Order filled.
Didn't actually go 2 ticks yet. There it goes. Okay. Could be an argument to say it should be here at 71. Moving it down. I'm still toying with whether it should be below the LO bar or below the BT bar before it. Now I'll move it back here, because if it doesn't work now, it's probably not working. Let's see. It's trying. Also the argument. That should be the target. And move the stop where it's supposed to go. Bigger risk. All right, let's see if that saves me, because I'd be stopped out already where it was. Already had break new high, so it's risky. Yeah. I think also, like earlier, the one I skipped, it's like when you have this beforehand, before an LO, it's just not good to trade out of that. Okay, and get my
Order
loss.
filled.
That's a bummer. I think that's when they don't work, is when they're coming out of, when it's all stacked up and you get an LO, it's like a failed breakout. Oh well, I mean, I really have nothing to lose right now, honestly. But that sucks if I just got bottom ticked and then it's going to take me out. Did I have my stop in the right place? The 71. Yeah, had it in the right place. Get bottom ticked out. Wow, look at that. It's going to work. So 3.5 points. If this goes on and works, that sucks, but what are you going to do? Literally got me at the very bottom of the wick. The thing I didn't do is measured move. Oh, look, right at the measured move. That's another thing I could look at to consider not taking that trade. Interesting. All right. So another thing to look out for here is just if I am trading out of a range, where is the measured move of the range? I traded right into it. This could be a second entry long.
Order submitted.
Double test of the previous resistance. Is there any kind of potentially that? Yeah. Break, new high already. Trading out of a range.
Order canceled.
Actually,
Order
I feel like I would
submitted.
like the failure better. I gotta update my stats. Is my original thought better? Go long. Try to get in this failure. It's already gone 4 ticks, but take a shot at it.
Order canceled.
Changed my mind. I would have been in it if it picked me up originally. Lower high.
Order submitted.
Back to this for a second too. It's like my original thought is if it went below this, it's just not going to work. So either way, it was a loss no matter what. So I should have left it at the smaller risk. Because I do think when it goes below that bar, it's just not going to work anyway. I don't like that.
Order canceled.
Unless I went for 4 ticks on the failure, it looks like I might not have won that either. All right, so I updated my stats here. Looks like the lower high would have worked. $71.75. high would have worked. I didn't trust it. So let's see. This account is in danger. Number 4. Got $83 of trailing. And number 5, we've still got a little over 400 trailing. I'd expect a retest of the low here.
Order submitted.
So I may consider doing this.
Order canceled. Order submitted.
So I just want to see if this holds. I'd like to see this this low get hit. Since it is right there, I'm just going to go for it. So we're just talking about this low. So I could put my stop probably here, 1.25 or 1.5 points. Got nothing to lose at this point. Things aren't looking too good for any of these accounts. And I want to test this out, trying to play these range bottoms or tops. I have a reason to test this, and then that's played out. Just a calculated risk, really. And the risk reward will be better than my typical trades by a long shot. Let's see if it'll come pick me up and hopefully bounce up. And let's see, moment of truth. Might be too low. Still expecting this retest, so that's the thing. Just, is it going to just turn down, or is it? Seems like the bottom of the range is really there. All right, I'm going to try to do it now. People think first entry, second entry. No idea if this will work. We're going to find out. Or we won't find out because it won't go down that low. 1, 2, 3. Market's gone real slow. maybe an OJ right up here, which lately hasn't been working in ranges. It's not going to close up there anyway. All right, so I'm going to keep with my original theory. Well, we still have this measured move down here. Never made that measured move. We're just in a range. So it's really just a stab in the dark. It's just a bet that the range will hold after it hits the low. If it doesn't come down and get it, like real soon, I gotta stop and go take care of my dogs for a few minutes. I've been waiting this whole time for this to come get it. Let's see. Even put it there.
Order filled.
All right. And put it there. And see if it bounces. Just a theory. Oh no. It actually looks like it's setting up a PB below. Will it work? That's what I like. Here we go. Let's get above this bar. Here we go. So that's the idea. And let's see if it works. I need to get to right here. Yeah, don't like that close. Let's see, can it do it? That's the idea. It needs to get to here.
Order filled.
There we go. So that works better than any trade setup ever I've had. Right? So that's the first one of those I've tried. And I think that's really probably the best way to trade since the market's usually in a range most of the time. I really do think this is probably what I'm going to start doing the most of. I see it work multiple times when you have a reason to do it. So very well could come back down here. I want to get a little room in case it does break out.
Order filled. Order filled.
So I got a little bit back. So I got 3.5 on the runner. All right. 69.50. Yeah, 3.5. All right, so I think that's the idea of the trade I'd like to start doing, the LR. And let me put that on the board. I was unfortunate, got ticked by 1 tick again here. Should I do another LR? Yeah, ticked out by 1 tick here. It's too bad. Maybe I should have gave it a little bit more room, but I knew there was a likelihood of it just coming back down once it got up here. But I do feel like it's going to keep going. It's too bad. I could have had a pretty good runner if it does keep going. So I updated over here. Numbers is 46 and 22 overall. I'm 2-0 with my discretionary. One of them is the LR. First time I just traded that. 1-0. Oh man, look at it go. That's the target. Well, at least I got 1 win today. I've been wanting to test these out. It's again, just when you have a reason, so you have the range structure there, you know it needs to retest the low, and once it retests the low, chances are it's going to be done with the down move, so then trade it the other direction. So those are the kinds of situations I'm looking for the LR, which is just my limit range play, either off support or resistance. And I've been getting enough losses that there's no reason to just try these things out. And I don't mind doing it on my Apex accounts. I'm going to have to go take care of my dog, so I'm going to take a break. I'll be back. All right, just getting back right now. What do we have? Oh, wow. So this range is still holding. And yeah, I could have absolutely played top of that first entry, second entry long right now. It's probably going to fail, right? Let's see. I would want to take this actually right now, except the fact that I haven't been here watching it, so feels a little bit scary to take this trade right at the moment on a failed second entry long.
Order submitted.
If it were to like tick 1 tick under and start going up, I might enter it. because I don't have a feel for what the market's been doing now. I just see that it stayed in this range. If I was here and I'd played it before this bar even, 69.75, yeah, I would have already got 8 or 6 ticks. Oops. Looks like if I had just walked in and bought here, it might have worked. I don't want to be too crazy with this this strategy either of just buying support and resistance. I want to have real reasons why I'm doing it. Like this. Looks like it had to break a new high. And this looks like it has to break a new low. So you had a failed breakout on the top side, exactly the same as the failed breakout on the bottom side. What that means to me, I don't know. Just that there's been 2 breakouts on both sides already. But yeah, look. So this would have worked twice. If you bought it here, it would have worked to there. And if you bought it here, it would have worked to here. The low. I mean, I don't know that it would have put me in an order if I had the order here. 69.75 and the high 71.75. So yeah, would have worked there if you were able to get in here. Would have worked here if you were able to get in here. Now, obviously, the longer these go on, the odds are it's going to fail eventually. And usually, if you have, usually it continues in the trend it started in. So it started going up and then went into the range. So you would think it would go up. What a crazy day. Just back and forth. I mean, it really, to me, just looks like, obviously, I mean, the day's almost over. It's 11:45. But, yeah, it looks like range day. It just stays in the middle. long recording. This is going to be my longest recording yet. 3.5 hours. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I am tempted to put this here. If I put it here, 69.75, be risking 1.5 points. See if I can get some kind of idea. The other thing I should check though, look, it's bouncing. Oh, look at that. Looks like it's in a channel. So I don't want to take these when it's in a channel like this. So that's the other thing to be careful about. I mean, it'll probably still work, but I just want to have a reason to take it. Like before, I had this reason was I figured once it made the new low that it doesn't have a reason to go any lower. So it made the new low. I just bought it blindly. I put my stop below here. It looked like it was going to come down too strong and take me right out, but it didn't. I'm putting on a small risk for that, like a point or a point and a quarter, whatever it was. And then it was all done to the downside, so it went to the upside. And this might be the same kind of deal, except I don't have like something to say it's over to the downside here, and we're in a potential channel. So to me, this would be a riskier one. First entry long, second entry long, failure, but in a range. Look at this. This is already almost going to win again, too. That could have been 3 trades in a row. You know? Didn't get there yet, though. So we'll see. All right. This kind of looks like where it's going to fail. Finally break out, maybe. The way this is doing this. Or not. Two ticks away from this having worked also. And again, I don't know that I get an entry here, because it might have just touched the order and not filled it, which is very likely. I gotta say, even though I have these losses today and I'm red and all that, like this isn't really affecting me today. And I think in the long run, that's a good thing for me. I mean, it's a good sign that I'm not feeling any sort of way about this. Look at that. There it goes. So it works. But, this is all an experiment, me doing this on YouTube, and I'm very much still modifying everything I'm doing, obviously. And I'm still learning about these setups. The LO is something I just created myself off of an indicator. There's nobody out there that says like, oh yeah, that's a setup. It's just something from an observation I made. And 19-7 with them so far. So it's not bad, not good, not terrible, not great. Dog's barking. Let me close the door. So, I think the one thing on this loss is I should have just kept my loss to a minimal and left it where I originally had it, because you see it didn't help me. Just gave me a bigger loss. So this 3.5 loss could have been actually a 9 tick loss, 2.25 points. So I wasted an extra point and a quarter. Taking that loss. So I think I am going to just stick with, which is a newer idea for me because it's not really where I should be putting it based on what I'm seeing on the indicator. But I think if I'm using that as the signal bar, then that should be my risk. All right, so now I have a reason to think short again.
Order canceled. Order submitted.
So now I'm thinking it should retest the low again. Although the thing I don't like about this is just the strong push right through it. This would be kind of first, second, third tests. Put here at 75.50, be a point and a quarter risk. The reason why I'm hesitating is just because there was the breakout on this side. You kind of want to see it. I'll take the risk. Put it here. What if I lose, just losing 3 ticks? The thing that I'm unsettled by is just what I was saying earlier, is it traded up into the range, and so usually it will break and then continue in that up direction after it breaks. And this range has been going on for 2 hours, so it is kind of ready to break on one side or the other. Just don't feel like my reason is as clear for this one as it was for this one. Maybe a second entry short, first entry, second entry. But there's this STT. I didn't think it as high as where my order was, so I wouldn't be in this anyway yet. So it would get me in this trade right now. My stop would be here. So it looks like if I left that order there, this would be a loss. Almost. Not yet. But within that trend, I mean, it is technically first entry short, second entry short, failure. Fails back inside. So you could kind of say, okay, this is double bottom reset, first entry, second entry. I'm not going to do that. 3-tick bar just to sucker you in. Fill break, how it will work this time. It's only gone 4 ticks. I just don't like this uneven top. Structure's starting to get messy. It was already messy here, here.
Order canceled.
Just not sure. All right, so we're clearly out of the range, so I don't really know what's going on at this point. Right up against the previous day close. So I'm going to pause here, see if something happens. All right, so break, new high. We're going back down, but I don't see a way in yet. I don't want to do the LR like I did earlier. It doesn't fit the reasons to take a trade that way. Okay, I think I like this to go short.
Order submitted.
Considering this. Because we got 2 attempts to go longer. Thinking about it. there's some support here. Just breakout, retest, new high. Try to test that again. I don't know. I don't feel strong about it. Like I said, it's more likely to go to the upside, which there's a target. So maybe not.
Order canceled.
Yeah, pausing again. I'm going to stop soon. 12:12. Another 15 minutes or so. All right, so still watching this. It's almost 12:30. I really have no idea what it's doing. It's just stacking bars now. It's like you could just randomly go long or short, but something's going to break at some point, one way or the other. So I don't know that I want to just go long down here randomly. If I pull this back, it just looks like another one. So now, is this new support, old resistance going to hold? Or is it just going to come back into the range that I had here? This is where I really just have no idea. So I don't trust buying the limit support area on this. Usually I would think when you have this failed breakout of the bigger range that it would come back in. And it's that 12:30 mark, so usually I think if it's going in a direction, it'll continue in a direction. I actually wonder if I raise this to here, maybe we're going for that. But again, if I can't get to that, then you're going down. So looks like it's holding, right?
Order
I
submitted.
consider going long. Thinking about it. So basically, if I did this right here, enter at 74.50, my stop would go here, 73.50. So I'm risking a point. Just don't really have a reason to go long. There's not really. It's like I would be much better if there was like a trend up that had a break that was expecting a new high. That's when I want to do this, typically. And setting up a potential first entry, second entry long. Triple test, 1, 2, 3. Potential for something like that. Second entry longs triggered. Middle of the range. It might fail and then trap the trappers. Go back up. It's looking like it's trying to do what I was talking about. I'm just waiting, being patient. I don't know why something's telling me it's going up, but I don't have a real reason. It's getting stopped by yesterday's close. So it's probably not going up. Still holding right there. That's 4 ticks on the failure. So if it goes back up, I might jump in because then the shorts are trapped. They'd be in here, 74.25. Close below though. So that's 4 ticks right there. Failed breakout to the upside, maybe. $4.50. It's tempting. There's also a potential OJ right up here too. Four-hour recording. Wow. Yeah, I don't know. I can't enter it that way right now. The only thing I could do is if the OJ triggered, consider that. Of course, I've said in the past that taking OJs in the tight ranges is not a good idea. Looks like the failure is just going to work and you're back down into this yellow range.
Order canceled.
So today's going to be just a day of acceptance. 1 win, 2 losses. A loss on PATS and a loss on Nlts. The win, just a random buy support virtually. Maybe
Order
a PB to the
submitted.
downside. No, doesn't really fit my rules.
Order canceled.
All right, so that's going to be my day here. 1 and 2. I'll accept it, move on. Could be worse. And the reality is that these evaluations, I don't have a lot of time to trade them before the renewal dates and the expiration date on that. And the PAs are not in great shape regardless. So, just got to play them. And then, if these fail, then I'll move to these two. And we'll just try to make something happen. So that's going to be it today. I didn't realize I put that on there. Yeah, I was getting everything ready for my wrap-up video. Anyway, so that'll be it. My results. That's my results. Let's see. Let me read these. Where's the best spot? Maybe there. That's my results. Deep red day, but the reality is I'm just in for the money for the Apex accounts. So I'm in for about $1,300 right now, total. So it's all about one payout right now. One payout, one max payout gets me all my money back. And let's see. Anyone looking to buy new evals, 71% discount for evaluations from Apex. You could use this code or any other. And where am I at? I'm now 46 and 22 overall. I believe I updated all the numbers correctly. And 1 and 0 on the limit range, 4 and 8 on PATS, 40 and 14 on Nlts. So that's going to wrap it up for me today, and I'll do the wrap up video. Thanks for watching. Subscribe, like if you like to watch me lose on these accounts. Hopefully we'll get back to winning again. All right, thanks. Bye.